Bum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. Bum bum. What grocery store did I order it from last time? Ba-dum ba-dum bing ba-ba-da-da. Ba-dum ba-dum bum. This grocery store, eh? Bum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. Bum bum. Ba-dum ba-dum bum bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Double chocolate milk. Oops. I'm currently ordering stuff on Mira. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to get some snackies. Ba-da-bum bum ba-dum bum. What is Horlicks? I don't know what Horlicks is. Ayo, Horlicks? You don't know Horlicks? Ba-da-dum bum bum ba-dum. Do you want ketchup chip? Okay. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Okay. Time to play the game. Bum, 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 bum. It has to zoom in. Okay. Did I lower the sound last time? No. Okay. Okay. I don't remember the moment when... I don't know if the... Is this straight? Okay, it's on. Fraud Gant and send him to Mega Jail. Moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana made... Why she made up the crime. Made it up. Bogus evidence? Wanted the guilty verdict so bad, and... Oh. He didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Why falsify evidence? I don't understand. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. So, Joe Dark was attacking someone. Emma was a witness. And how would Lana be involved in this at all? Why would she make up evidence? Because Emma could be found guilty of killing Joe, what's his name? Neil Marshall? Yeah, so it's true. Even though he may have not known it, really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred? Let me see. Okay. Onion Man Joe Dark kills Neil Marshall and raised his knife. Was stabbed right in front of this poor girl? Yeah, he was. Why am I getting like phlegm in the back of my throat? These strawberries infected or something? I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Oh, she passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. You've been through so much. Dun, dun. It's working? What does that mean? I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried to, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Okay, girl, enough. Inti bad. I feel like I'm missing something. Usually my like stream monitor is like cluttered. Usually I have like my NZXD open, my recent events from Streamlabs, OBS and Chatterino, but I feel like I'm missing something. Whatever. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. Lana would never have to forge any. I see. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said that you were in Lana's office at the time, right? Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police. Let me blow out my nose real quick. Excuse me. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office, but why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was? She was the best in the entire force. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Tell me, does my voice sound bad or is it fine? Like, do you think I should, like, clear it or do you think it sounds fine? Excuse me. No, your voice is fine? Okay. I'd better have another talk with her. Okay then. Let's go to the detention center. Lana. Hi, girl. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? Girl. So true. Believe me, I understand the risks. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. How the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know. Today's trial, a lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I wonder if, like, Phoenix Wright, like games, like the next few games are just gonna be like, there's this case, but there's a case behind it that's also connected. There's this case, but there's also a case behind it that's also connected. Is that gonna be the whole game? I'm only on the first game. It adds intrigue. It does. I like it. It's not bad, but it's just funny. Like, surely there's other premises we can come up with. No. I have to keep my phone close in case this guy texts me saying there's no. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That Charlie really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand! Sorry, was I RPing too much? Why won't you tell us? This doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana so phased before. Girl, we've met her like, what, like 2 times in the past, like, few days? It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Oh, she's so cunty. Why does Gant's eyes, why are they closed? They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant, he was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scene. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. But now you're a chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Damn. Gant's help in SL9 was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Okay. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command, that means that the investigation lead, sorry. Why'd I say lead? Lead was Damon Gant. Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Whose case it was? Jake Marshall and Angel Star. And Neil Marshall. He was quite gung-ho. Okay. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us? Okay. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the one questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Gant and myself. That's where he found me. Why were you in Lana's office, girl? So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. Oh my god. Miss Emma, did you kill Joe? Did Emma kill Joe? 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall. The victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion. Like, what did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Oh, he's still alive? Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. Oh? There's no way everyone involved in this was also involved in that incident, just by chance. That case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling. Okay. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. Okay. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. Now occupies by himself the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. Okay. Bye, girl. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Yes. Right, we can come back here later. I'm trying to go to the chief's office. How do I go to it? Oh, Marshall. Howdy, Bambina. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Old Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. Okay. Why did you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about it, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about the trial from the beginning. Ew. I can't breathe. I don't know why. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright, but in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? The knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Interesting. The scars. I got the looks, but he got the brains. Okay. I'll be so fucking honest, bro. He got both. I'll be so fucking honest, Marshall, man. I'll be so honest, bro. He got both. You did not get the looks, king. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It's our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. Oh my god. Maha, sweetie. We got you someone. He's 6 feet under right now. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. So it all comes back to that. You shipping me with a dead man? But you wouldn't want him? Question mark? If he wasn't dead? If he was alive? Yeah. It wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years ago 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so that the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. And the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. I mean, she was fired, demoted, killed, and killed. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. What about them? There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. The new chief of police arranged for that to happen. Damon Gant. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, yeah, I guess. What happened to my sister? Her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Okay, so there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found today. The boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. Yeah, he's not. He's the one who used falsified to get a guilt, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Damn, he's drinking a lot. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. We'll get you your job back, King. No one's here, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking to what exactly went down in the evidence room. But we proved in the court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. We just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. By tomorrow? See if Edgeworth's in. He's not here. Maybe he's being questioned by he took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago, have to come back later. How do we get to the thing? How does one get to the office? Oh no 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 no. Always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. With the chief processing what she did and the decision. About Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media. Okay, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. We'd like to have a look around, Chief Gantz. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. I mean, we aren't police off. Hey, you're right, you can't go in there, it's off limits. Damn. Well, what? Let's head to the chief's office. He just said we couldn't go there. There's an organ? MashaAllah. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's really real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I love organs. Probably one of my favorite instruments. Oh my god. I never could remember where C was. Oh? Well, yeah, you would fucking alert somebody. You alerted half the damn zombies outside, too. Oh, it's you two. Did Bach play the organ? I don't know. I don't know too much about classical music like that. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto, have you been swimming lately? Oh my god, this man wants to see me naked. Holy shit. This fucking freak. He wants me swimming on the first date. He wants to see me with my hair, my spiky hair down. No? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since the incident. My, how time flies. See that picture? Oh, hold on, I gotta scratch my hand, my fucking arm. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's prosecutor, Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. The pot! The pot is in the back. Did Neil fall onto this? It has like a knife poking out. Is that what happened? Someone push him onto this night? Something's not right with the spoilers. It's so like in fucking Lana's ass right now that I can't ignore it. Seem to put my finger on it though. Yeah, that thing. We definitely gotta Lysol spray this. Do you need something? Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Bitch, he opened his eye. I'm scared. Let's go. Let's go. Bitch, let's go. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Okay, I'm leaving. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that the case isn't over with yet. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means that there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? Can we sneak in? Hey, pal. Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually... from serving everyone coffee. Oh my god. Say, either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? No. He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecution. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. Falsified evidence 2 years ago. Has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. I bet Gant pushed him on it. Yeah, I'm assuming. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky's the guilty party, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there've been rumors going around Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this... are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with the talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Well, yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. What do you think, he's gonna kill himself? Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence. What was it? Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. What made him take to serial killer? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. So it was an accident? But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? Hold on, I think the food might be... oh no, it's on its way. But it's not far, because Mira's not far. A kid oh? I'm reading! I was reading. Okay, whatever. A jogger came up on the scene. He was killed as well. Finally, he turned... so he saw people and he just kept killing. Is that correct? Let me read the case. Seems he was pretty careless. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in, yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. The last witness, Emma. What do you think of this knife, King? Hey, is that... has a tag attached to it, the label SL9. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. They should let you show him your pee-pee. What are you on about? Ishda! I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. What was the evidence? Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right, we traced it back to the store he bought it, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone. That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Okay, died, stabbed in the back, died. Hold on. The snacks is here. Girl. Okay. Well, there you have it. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gat. It's not money, but... Chief, his office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust? Hold on, hold on. Ow, why's my... Something was in my strawberries today. I feel fucking horrible. Blowing out my nose. I'm trying to get this. How do? Oh my fucking god! I'm trying to open a fucking drink right now. Ay. Wow, this tastes like shit. This tastes like fucking. This tastes like whatever. Okay. Okay. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. Okay. How about it was detective? That won't work either. Data was deleted the day he died. Oh. Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Something that would change his mind. Maybe this? Yes, there's only one number left in at Fort. The victim. Detective must have entered that room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. And 77777. That's 17 too many, detective. Might just have a hunch. What do I show him that would convince him? Very impressive. You knew it was right off the— well, I am a master of misplacement. Master, that's such a— the way I see it, if they— then they're meant to be— ooh. There's a bug in the room. Where it is, I don't know. It just flew past me. It just flew fucking past me! I'm gonna do something real quick. Bum, 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 bum. There's a higher power at work here. Well, a higher power. Maybe I should let Emma hold them. Dun, 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 dun. I have to show him something? You know, of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? The dick— she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self. Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? What can I present to him that will— why are you laughing? Maybe you don't have anything yet, I guess. Do you know anything about this girl? Fine. Killy's egg! Can you tell me about this girl? Oh my god, go investigate more. I need to get into that room. How you want me to investigate? Let's see if Edgeworth is back. It looks like he's writing something. Oh, he's back. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. I guess we have to talk to... Tough day in court. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Damn. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase the fact. But you didn't know. I mean, that the evidence was falsified. False accusations. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact that remains is the same. What? That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Where's this bug? I'm getting a bit antsy. I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? This face is so funny to me. First, last year's trial, and now this. It seems all you do is worry about me. Okay. Okay. Be honest, you're getting on my nerves. You can't just... Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change policy. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seemed strange about it. We'll show him the picture after this. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. Yeah, we know. So you came back here to the because the chief asked you to? That's right. Look at this photograph! You know, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. There's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Oh? You're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was the official prosecutor looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Contradiction? This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? No, girl. I'm not very Chinese. Very well. He's acting like he knows. Okay. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Interesting. Facts. Let me drink some of this doo-doo ass fucking juice real quick. Oh my god. It is an unnatural color, even like the juice. There's literally a Honkai Star Rail World Quest that has the same plot line. What the fuck? I be forgetting the devs are Chinese. Okay, but this game is Japanese, not Chinese. Goodness, 1 second. Yeah, but the story of the sword and the halberd is Chinese. Girl, it's the halberd and the shield. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Hold on, I gotta wipe. Whatever, same shit. I gotta wipe. I feel fucking... I don't know why, I just felt dizzy. Hold on. Maybe my headphones are on too hard. They symbolize the merchant's items. Ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Maybe if you took... I did! I took it today. I took it yesterday too. Okay. Should we ask, Excuse me. Oh, Miss Star, hey. Do either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? You certainly aren't the curious. You're kind of like the first one who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. Can't be all attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something, you know? The little scene I happened to witness? It won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. Okay. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was even more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. He must have been going through hell. Oh, I should have examined it. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more... Her? Lana Skye. My sister? Okay, of course they were led by the legendary duo. Chief Gantz. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up with our investigation, why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred the prosecutor's office and transferred to the prosecutor. Always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Oh, I found the bug. Where are you going, you piece of shit? It went up into the curtains. God damn it. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Yeah, he was forging evidence, for sure. No one dared confront him about it, though. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. When his brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. It wasn't for her. I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all more infuriating. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Damn. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to the Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control. Then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. That's why Lana was transferred. If he could control the chief, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. How could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case, she's never been the same. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. More than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. Okay. Let me see this. What's this paper? Are you crazy? Is it... I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Oh no, he's falling to... Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of resignation. I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. None of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done, and no one else should forgive me either. Damn. This... I wonder if I can use it for anything. Oh, we can talk to... We can talk to, present it to him again, just to see if he has anything to say. Yeah, we'll talk to Gumshoe with it, I guess. Excuse me. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? I think he means desk jockey. I'm not letting you in the cheese. It'd be... That off is the left. I have to take a look in there. Well, I got something for you. Your boyfriend's resigning. No way! He can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too, but I know different now. Bug? I see you, Bug, you bitch. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we just... It's so crazy. I can't go because there's a much more compelling yaoi. Maha, please. He has 2 hands. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone finds... They won't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. True, so just give me the ID. Yeah, I know. Alright, thank you. Bye. Click, beep. Eek! Gah! Oh my god, she slapped him, didn't she? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. What are you doing on sneaking up? I wasn't I was just worried something might go wrong, so I came too. If you're here, what's the point in giving us your ID card? Oh? Don't do that to my card. Damn. So I figured I'd have a look around besides we're all in this together now. You really don't want to get fired. Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Na, 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 na. Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I might just know what it is. Should I put it? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. His, yeah, 7. What a fucking shit-ass number. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day. You mean 777777777? 17 shy this time? This can only mean one thing. Yep, that's his ID number. Anyone care to look inside? Oh, but I was in the middle of looking inside. How many does he have? Look, it's the piece of the vase. A shard from the broken cup. This somehow looks... Where have I seen this before? Oh? A piece of leather cloth. And he got big hands. You think the chief made up the design? Hey, I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that a piece of, like, Neil Marshall's outfit where he pushed him? Apparently so. It's empty now. They look like pieces of it, but unless you can prove they have something to do with it, I'm afraid I can't let you just take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here, okay? Come on. Okay. Sure it is. The chief doesn't care for it. First the pipe, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? You mean we're paying for this? That's it, I'm not paying one. Oh my god. You don't have any taxes to pay. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. He'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. I know, I know. No, not yet. I know it has blood on it, I could just tell. Okay. Huh? SL9, I wonder what it... I said I wonder what... No, about the evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right, I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. Seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Eh? Yeah. Yes, I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? This is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Is she left a picture? That giant makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, has a lot of dreams. When he gets fired, don't say that. Damn. Sure is that Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Na, 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 na. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. When a detective screw, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. Instrument of punishment. He never listens to anyone anyway. I mean, he takes a while to listen. I guess that's why he's like... He gives it a minute before he replies. Okay, let's show him the vase. I remember when the three of us put... Oh. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring, you know, the fragment we just found? Oh, you mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Yes, buddy. He wants to kill himself? Maybe. It's ringing a lot of... Let's see if it fits. Okay, let's see if it fits. Go ahead, pal. It'll prove Chief Gat was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Okay. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant was willingly and knowingly hid a piece of... In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? The piece you just attached is different from the others. Seems like it's a reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in it? Oh. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I'd better keep... Oh? It's nothing. Why are your eyes moving like that, Mr. Right? I'd better not forget about this picture. Nothing else to explore, I guess? The chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scene. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. What? No, there's no way. Then never mind. Don't worry about it. Not so fast, buddy. What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerve. So what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. Just now starting? There you go, ignoring me again. No, 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 no. Hi, Sod. No, 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 no. What does it say? Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. What is it? What now? Do we have anything else to... Can I use it now? No. I can't use it. Yeah. What am I supposed to do now? Go talk to Lana? Okay. She's still not like... She's not, she don't want to talk. I think I'm missing something in the chief's office. Just gonna double check that I've examined everything. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Interesting. Can I use this to dust prints? Excuse me. Did you fingerprint the vase? How do you do that? How does one fingerprint the vase? I don't know. How do you usually? I don't know. Wait, it doesn't really give us like a prompt like the spray. See, like the spray says E, but this doesn't say like... Anything else in the safe? I can examine it again. There was the leather. Maybe if we show him... Doesn't say anything on this. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what else I'm supposed to examine here. Can you finger or spray it? I don't know where it is. I don't have it in evidence. Do I? Where is it then? Is it in the safe? Girl, I don't know. I don't know. I can't press the save. Safe. I'm just gonna present everyone my latest evidence, see if they have anything to say about it. Maybe I can talk to Gumshoe about it? Hey, that's it. That's the King of Pro. Okay. Were you at the Ord ceremony? Yeah, okay. Yeah, everyone knows that. There was a drag. Yeah, that's it. He had a thing for shields. That's not exactly the version we heard. Anyway, it gets kind of gory. I'll spare you the details. No, I want to know. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand? Like, go ahead, take my fingerprints. We're talking about the cloth thief. Oh, I see. There we go. Where? Okay. Finally. And once they've been absorbed into the prince, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? Alright, let's get this over with. Okay. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Let's try a different finger then. Click. How many fingers am I gonna have to fucking check? How much more can this, how much clearer can this get? Hello? Oh, that's not it. She pushed him? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing on... Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Oh god. I'm scared! If it wasn't for he would have been useless. Oh no. Nobody was keeping watch! Eek! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. I happened to look out a window. I saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. It's fine. Keep eating. But, sir... Now get out! Oh my god. We'll be on our way too. Then wait, you, the one with... Don't go yet? He's gonna take my evidence. I'd like a word with you. Sir, you're free to go. Don't leave her alone. Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office isn't... No, you just had to go... Okay, relax, Gumshoe. I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, Chief was... I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Later, pal. We got no Emma. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questions. No use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. What you've told me over these caskets is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Hold on. Hold on. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What does she mean by that? It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one else can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? Yeah, girl, I know you're protecting your sister. So you think I'm protecting this person? No, I think afraid of is more like it. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. Oh, we're talking about Gant. Who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of? You are addressing the chief. Do not forget your place. Please tell me a bit more what you think you know. We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. What does that mean, Maha? Why did she turn around? She turns around a bit sometimes. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of the investigation, but also one other. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Do I show her? Which one do I show her? The list of evidence? Or The leather I think the list of evidence, right? And this piece of cloth, do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from Nessa. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Damn, don't slam the desk, Phoenix. Touché, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate orders. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Oh my god. I mean, she won't go to jail for murder, but she could go to jail for abetting aiding and abetting, no? Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, correct? I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon, Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this knife was the knife stuck in it. Oh. So. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then he saw me just as I plunged the knife in. He was already dead. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe, right? Then I called my sister. Tell her what happened to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. Phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. It seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Interesting. Okay. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hasn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. He must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. And she stopped turning around. Leave her alone. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Oh, God. Is it the last day of the trial? Are we finally getting down to it, or is there one more fucking day? I've been trying to reach Lana. Where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It's almost as seems as something's been happening behind the scenes. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7-7... Yes. I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty, but she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? See you! Ow, 1 second. I'm scratching off something on my elbow. My elbow! I had instant noodle. Frozen wonton, instant noodle. What kind of breakfast is that? I'm just joking. I really don't care. I would love to eat like a cheeseburger. For breakfast. I killed myself. No, I was joking. All right, let's get this case done. Damon Gant, you are going to jail. Inshallah. Let's pray. Anyways. I was joking. Don't do that. Don't. Before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Hey, bitch. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji, you been back to the pool yet? I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I could top that. You don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly what is it? What is this? You know what? You know what? I have encephalitis. The defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Okay. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. I say no. I confess to all the charges against me. I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. No, you didn't. No. You can't, Your Honor. The defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Girl, fuck you. I do what I want. May lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. This it only pissed me off for real. Not too much. Not too much. She's very clearly doing it to protect her sister. Don't be a bitch. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise, this can't be happening. It appears the time for this verdict. The court finds the defendant. Oh yeah, Edgeworth! One moment, Your Honor. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come on now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Okay. Phoenix, go home and get the gun. Go home and get the gun. Okay, son. Son. Maha. Put handcuffs on Saad's mouth. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. Creating another fabrication to cover your past, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With the sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. How the handcuffs gonna go on his mouth? They're gonna... You pull them out, you know? Like cartoonish way, you handcuff the mouth and you throw away the key. You pull the lips out. You know what? I'm gonna stop talking. To whom? Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Hold it. I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think. Oh my god. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. This is not Tom and Jerry. Can you have whimsy in your life? Can you engage in cockamamie every once in a while? Holy shit. That's okay. No, I can't. Okay. Saad, put handcuffs around Maha's mouth too. Worthy, you live to regret this. Mark my words. And what are you gonna do, bitch? Take me to a swimming pool? Okay. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killing. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, girl. The fuck? Okay, go ahead and testify. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with the Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Okay. Wasn't he stabbed in the back? No, 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 no. What? He was stabbed in the You know what? Just press everything at this point. Fuck this shit. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under then. Yes, my sister was the best detective ever. Used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right, I always sit at my sister's desk. And dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. Opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning, Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Had received the King of Prosecutors Award. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. But... what did you... Can you tell us about that? Jumped on Dark. Just then the lights went out. The lights, it was just about this time of year. Terrible storm going out and the lightning struck nearby. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this. About what you saw, yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned before. Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I could still see it now whenever I close my... I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. But I did draw it. I swear I'm not just imagining it. A man. Should I just present it here? Hold on. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. Yet you would insist on denying its existence? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. Please turn it over, Your Honor. The picture! That's it. That's the picture I drew. 2 men appear to be wrestling here. Oh my god. 2 men appear to be wrestling here, do they? What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Is that what they call it these days? They're different from each other. It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. Fit together to form one. So you see, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. Hold on, I gotta... Ugh. Why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. This list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, if the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. It's possible. Let's see. What the fuck? Why did he go? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. The blue badger? That's that thing. Clearly, the act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detective. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. He was able to show, okay. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. Ow, ow. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. First, I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. Can you please tell us why the picture is painted all black? Okay. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Oof. Poor Emma, okay, she's fine. After that, I must have fainted. Let me just save real quick. You know, never a bad time to save. Meaning you didn't see the actual murder take place. No, I'm sorry. Okay. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. I'm not torturing the girl. I'm not the bad guy. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. Anywhere from your detective. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. What's the contradiction? Stabbed in the back, died from a puncture. Is it this? Oh my god, I didn't press that. Because the knife tip is already missing. So I present this. But this contains a blatant contradiction. But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction. Because the knife tip is already missing in her drawing, but he was only stabbed once? Do I point this out? The knife? I thought it was just a simplified version of a knife. You can see the tip is broken. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. I mean, it could have been a weak knife. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? Wait. If the knife tip was broken, but Lana said she left the knife. She stabbed him with the piece of the knife, and that it was left inside Bruce Goodman's body. Am I stupid? Am I a stupid bitch? Is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged? Oh, I see. Okay. I don't know. Donkey or Danky. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Okay. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. Man really was holding up a broken knife? That's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Besides Joe Dark's, could there have been one? Emma's mistaken? No, I think not. I think there is another one. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. That you have some information about this other broken knife, so please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one. So which one do I show? The trophy or the picture of the trophy? I think it's you. I'm sure this must be very amusing. Oh my god. The picture? My bad, like, fuck. It's the broken murder weapon. Yep. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw from this award was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. That can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? So if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? Yeah, well, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. But the prosecutor who was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? Hold it! I remember now. I remember everything. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? The blue badger? The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. I've been trying so hard to figure. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Okay. This should be interesting. Okay, Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. The blue badger didn't exist. Chief hadn't even designed him until this year. Is this a typo? Hadn't even designed him. Well, I guess it works. Until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well. Oh my god. Lana, chill, man. Chill, we got this. Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do- I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Defense will now begin its bailiff. Please detain the defendant. Lana, chill, man. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least. Okay, you think it was him? Were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seemed convinced that the Dark was the one holding the knife, but as we've just theorized, was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When the Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help the other person. I think I knocked away. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did is all kind of a blur. Miss Skye was almost killed before she was witness to a murder with so much happening in a matter of seconds. A little disorientation is natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. Are you sure about this? Of course, see, I even drew a picture of him here, but it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast, and that was just this year. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds weird when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see it with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. This thing couldn't have possibly existed. The witness must be mistaken. But what's it was what caused her to think she saw what she did. What was it Emma saw? The blue badge hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Defense that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. What the fuck looks like the... Is it the pot? It does look like it a bit. This. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. That doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't as it stands now. It's just, however, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? How the fuck do you look at? How? I don't know. Na, 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 na. Like that? Like this? Do I present? Like this? No, 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 no. Built up shui. Oh my god, I don't... What's the fucking... I'm getting mad. You were almost there. Okay, just tell me when. Oh my lord. What am I doing? Like this or more? Or do you think more? How about this? Is this correct? Okay, do it. This? Like that? Oh my fucking god, bro, please! Help me out, bruh. I don't know. I'm getting mad. Don't get mad. I'm sorry. Okay. Tilt up more. I'm gonna fucking kill myself in a game. Like this? No. Like this? The other way? Like this? Oh fuck. I didn't mean to press E. Oh my god, wait. You
are doing it right. You just need to... No, not like this.
The other way?
Just tilt it down. Like up this.
Like this? I did this! It didn't accept it!
I think you did... Like, just to... Of its head, see?
Okay, I present this.
God! I think it is like that. Let's try it a little.
Okay.
It looks like that.
I know. It's not working. Maybe it's like...
No, it's not. This little ball on it. But like, I don't know, tilt a bit. Yeah, wait, like, no, cause like, see.
This?
Oh, it was right. It's not
It's fine. I'll try. I'll try other
I think
one.
it's that. It said move it over.
Vertically? I think this is correct.
Too much. Has to be like, okay, I'm like,
Girl, I'm telling you, I think it needs to be all the way down. At this point, maybe. Oh my god, I'm getting mad. Okay, look, Discord. Let me see. Okay. Let me have the Discord on my. Okay. Finally! Oh my god. Holy shit. Fuck ass game. Oh my god. I'm sweating. I'm like tired and I'm sweating. Sirius Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? That doesn't change anything. Yes, it does. I don't know what it changes, but you're wrong. You see, this changes everything. Please tell us, what's the difference now? Is it the murder weapon, or is it the location, or the location? At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add. Well, yes, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. The body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body to Lana Sky's office? Yes, why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. There wasn't a reason he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. Emma killed him. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? If I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf this jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? The suit of armor holding a very sharp, dangerous looking sword, yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. You can't be thinking, yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Emma Skye killed Neil Marshall. Then the outcome in that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Stabbed! Oh my god. Oh my god. Turn off the AC. Mr. Marshall died because of me? She was trying to hide it from you. She collapsed. So it was the witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own. This is unprecedented. Oh? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstance, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Oh my god. Imagine that coming from you. You recall it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? Oh my god. I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegation, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? I do, actually. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. That won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. I mean, the possibility that a victim has left us as a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life in one manner or another. That's impossible. The vase. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Is in the evidence. Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Lana, chill for a second. Just give us a second. Damn. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek: the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Hold on. Can I save? It's the vase, isn't it? Or is it the cloth or the safe? The vase. Sorry, why did I say the safe? This is that blue badger from before. Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you could see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone's wiped away the blood. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Yes. Did not he use the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message? One that someone apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. All we need to... and the victim's message will appear apparent. Lana, chill, man. What? Do I have to connect anything else? No. Like that? Do I present it or do I have to like... After all my... I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma, so this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Dun, dun, dun. All people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Dun, dun, dun. Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not? Yes, Worthy, because of you. An innocent man was sentenced to death. But you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is a no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Ay, ay, ay. Dun, dun. Ay, caramba, there's still so much left. Halsone. Oh, sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Poor guy. I love Dick Gumshoe. I'm sorry. You've got a lot of nerve making a detective run around while on duty. On top of it, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. This is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. You could at least study some evidence law, really? What Gumshoe? His name is Dick Gumshoe. What's your problem? Ow. Does that mean his name is actually Dick Gumshoe, or is it like Richard Gumshoe? A message? She said, if you're planning if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Haven't you figured it out yet, why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal! You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. It's time to bring it to an end. Also, because it hurt Edgeworth, now you want to take it to... You know what? You know what, Phoenix? Harsh penalties. Okay. This isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that. It's just everyone has been talking, and very well, Your Honor, I have a solution. The prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses, but there's no precedent for what you're proposing. But a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Call him the F-slur. Oh my god, on stream? What you trying to say? Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Hold on, hold on, hold on. You're coming out. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. Excuse me? You're excused. It's not possible. He should still be in the courthouse. He'd also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? Come here, so we can sentence you to a crime, bitch. Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant, and I'm the acting chief of police. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. I mean, that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. Free Damon Gant, he did nothing wrong. He was with me during the night of the murder. He did everything wrong. You sleeping with evil incarnate. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this? Saad, it's fine. You don't want this man. The man you want, his name is Godot, okay? He's hot, or trust me. Either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. Is that true? I'm afraid so. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Okay. Let's see what he got to say. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. I'm sorry. We slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. Why are you spelling jelly beans like that? When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Now, Damon, don't lie to me now. Is that when Dark was arrested? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see, everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to... Then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Okay, we don't need to hit people hard and fast, girl. Let's quickly... Okay, Maha. Deal with him. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. The two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it into the elevator first, so Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, and I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny! Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Anna was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved, so that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right, I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. How Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances are. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the fort? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Well... Is it the knife? No, the evidence list, I think. Oh, yeah. Claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that this is a claim you cannot back up. Back up? Why'd I say it like that? Like I'm British or something? Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. Ma, did you order dinner? No, I don't know what I thought I might eat cheese sandwich. Okay, I guess. I think I'm gonna get my bowl from Bomber Burrito. Or actually, it might be too late for that now. You know what? I think I'm gonna have a cheese sandwich too. You know what? You know what? You know what? I think I'm gonna have a cheese sandwich too. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in the illegal investigation. You bitch. Ho. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too, isn't that right? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. He'll end up paying to work. True. Please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Shut up, bitch. Okay, let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Oops. You should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistakes again. Oh my god. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today as well, you know. I know. That place, right? Oh my god, where are they meeting? Are they fucking somewhere? Like, his birthday? What are these guys telepathic? They fucking at the hot springs? I'd appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous... Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? Have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped Mr. Right. What are you saying? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical. Suppose I did place those items in the safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient, right? Your remarks, however clever, will only sit in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent? Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. In the end, the person... Okay, was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Really? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you reaped from all this. I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? The position you have, Chief of Police. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion. That in itself is a sufficient motive. That's a good one. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without the case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little bit. Is that true? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to... If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl... Was it? You think I felt sorry for her? You'd better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. Good one. That's good. Good one. Oh my god, he said it. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness. Would he have helped? Point out. Should I say no? Or should I say point out accomplice? No! Bruce Goodman? You might decide to assist someone, Mr. Wright. It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people. Who is this person you believe may have helped forge evidence? No, Lana? The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana. And as for the chief, Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you. But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigation. That despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets. Aji, why are you being like this? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. You admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could whatever. Raito, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana, for example? Is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? She's keeping quiet. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. Mere conjecture. That is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial, almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Oh my god. What he means is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. And why would he kill Bruce Goodman? You can't be serious. Okay, hold on. This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, that is impossible! Impossible! Hey! Hello? I want to confess something. I think I'm gay. Hey! Impossible! What Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. Why? Why is it too late? There's no turning back for us now. Okay. I want to go back. That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? How can we prove it? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a... I believe the evidence will tell. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. I believe it is the ID list, right? Because it has his number on it. Yeah. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There is one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. There's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. You don't mean... I'm afraid, Your Honor, the code was the same as the remaining ID number on that list. Chief Gant. Oh my god, he's mad! He's mad! I'm scared. I hate when the suspects start to get mad and act crazy. Low-key kind of scary, you know? Why is he so... Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of regulation. I know, but it's scary sometimes. Like, why are you so creepy? Now I'll demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. About the use of this ID card. Go ahead. Tell us. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? I'm feeling so cocky my show. What about it? I'm chief of police. Police? Why'd I say that with a list? Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. When you entered the room, were you alone? Police! I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. Because of the lost ID report! No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during the meeting? Subarashi! Where's the evidence report? Is it the evidence report? It is, right? It's this. I think so. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it, so Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Detective Goodman took the form to you. Then you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? You compeed? Huh? What? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Let me guess what you're going to say. Compede? He compeed him. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Yes. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him the ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe... Oh, I was reading. That's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's getting electrocuted! You didn't... The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office to dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. Was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know, and everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. You left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. Wait, what's the clue? Bismillah ar-Rahman. That scared the shit out of me.
IDGAF, if he murdered somebody, he can come murder this pussy, boy pussy, next.
I sent Saad his $3 back. I don't want this guy. Why are you donating? Anonymous tipped. I wonder who this person... Who would say that? Oh my god, bro. This is a... You need to save that money for Varka, bitch. Stop sending random money. Don't piss me off. This is a classy party. Maha. Dispose of Saad's body in the river quickly. What did he use? The parking stub, I guess? Can I like save first? Oh my god. Fine. A parking stub. You mean the body was found? I'm gonna save real quick because I'm scared. What if I got it wrong? I think it's obvious what... I mean, saving after I already got it doesn't mean it would save. Never mind. I would never send something like that. I literally got the PayPal note if it's not anonymous. It's fake. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. I was asked to go by Chief Gant to return this piece of evidence. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Oh my god. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? No, 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 no. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph of Miss Starr. Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It's actually exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Raito, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it time for the early bird special. You're not going anywhere, bitch. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Don't make me laugh. Oh my god. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, if so, then show your proof and get it over with. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. I don't think I have proof yet, right? Or do I? I don't think I do. Do I? Dun, 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 dun. I know that the knife was already broken. I don't think you do. See, Aji? In that case, the score's... Oh. Is it never gamble what you can't afford to lose, right? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, this is an affront to a senior office. Oh? Maybe we should have a word with her. What do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. The only other method of proof is invoked his right to refute. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all these questions. Lana. The defense is the one calling the witnesses. The defendant. She was in the underground parking lot. Yes. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Huh? Oh, you're back. Hey. Listen, good Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Your Honor, I'm the threatening to the witness, badgering, something. Or of course you'd never support such outrageous claims. Anyways, just something to think about. All right then. Oh my god. He's such a bitch. Okay, if there are any more objections, this court is now in recess. Baby, I'm done with the recesses. Get this fucking shit over with. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Yes. He's something else, eh, pals? I'm not a detective anymore. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. Oh? I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Imagine Mia Fey possessing Gumshoe and giving him big boobs. How's it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Okay, yeah, there's risks. I'd like to see it. It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Hey Emma, you good? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. I'm sorry for what I said before. Don't be, it was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man and she did it all just to protect me. Yes! Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have had to shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. Don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. May be able to fool everyone else with this forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Final act. I'm going with you. Okay, I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Oh, finally. The end of this fucking shit. Well, the defendant, yes. You already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony. Under oath, we want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Let's hear this. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. This is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. She's really screaming in agony. Damn. How many years? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Mm-hmm. Ermengarde was a respectable detective, that's why. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. No. You say you did this all by yourself, yes? Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. In reality, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. But I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. After all, this is what everything boils down to, yes? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You're always had a good head on your shoulders. Why did you move the body? Why did you plant the knife? I think why did you move the body, right? But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more When you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle. Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking? How many times do I have to tell you? Emma didn't do it, period. You're willing to risk the death sentence? In any case, as there's nothing I could do to make up for my actions. Okay. me see this again. Yes, that wretched jar you showed. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more to move the body. So when you first found the body, the jar was already, of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Drake, why'd I say Drake? Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have broken during their struggle. Shattered at the time the crime was committed? I have a feeling there's more to it than that. You lie. You lied. What do I say then? I'm gonna save. Oh my. Why did they shatter her plan? I felt it to be more move the body. When you first found the body, the jar was already, of course it had to be been shattered to pieces. When you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there is more to it than that. Must be a contradiction here somewhere. I was doing a discussion post. Where's my husband? Ganty went to have dinner. No, I still need help. I don't know. I think... Is the jar the contradiction? He's having me for dinner. The jar must have been broken during their struggle. Apparently the jar shattered at the time of the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Oh! Why the fuck the one case taking this long, Khalsini? I'm saying, but this is the longest fucking case. It's the last episode. I think do I bring up the jar again? Bring it up. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring it to everyone's attention as significant contradiction within your testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Oh wait, he wrote the words Emma before it shattered. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. The prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. True. It was scattered all over the pieces. It would appear more information is needed in regard to this and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece it together at the information to arrive at the truth. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Okay. I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. True. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken already. Certain looks as feeble as the defense's case. Okay. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally, I would have. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. Someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. You really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall? You wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. It's not too late. After we've gone. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must care about you. She's not doing this the right way. She just said. She just said that she didn't have time to check it out, but she checked it out. What? Didn't she? She didn't get all the pieces. Do I present it then? What do I present then? The safe, I mean the vase again? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. How? There's something even more disturbing about the final. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Which leaves us with the only explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Dun, 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 dun. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Are you that old? You've forgotten, Your Honor, when this witness arrived to see the jar was already broken. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. He wrote the name for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? If he did arrive there, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, can you answer us that? Damn. No. Why are we pressuring him? Girl, if you don't just Google, I just saw that. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is the action called? Fabrication of evidence. Isn't it clear what happened after discovering the scene? Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. Oh my god, she's biting her finger. No, I did it on my own. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Oh my god. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Oh. Foul lies? Damn, Judge. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? We need to slap. Not too much! Not too much on my girl. Not too much. Maybe right after all. So you do tell foul lies then. Please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall, Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. He's out to lunch, girl, it's fine. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. I'll testify about what I really saw. Shut up, bitch! When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. What if it all really was a fabrication? Emma might be innocent. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. Oh, the book? Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somehow. The book? Ah. Oh my, this is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crimes like this because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? This is a handprint, isn't it? It had who those are must be the thing is those fingerprints. Anyway, let's get on with the cross as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall. Oh, you're back. Hey. Come on now, Aji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. What now? You want me to make me... You want to make me out as the bad guy too? Hey, boo. If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make more statements of any sort. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my god. Oh my god! So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I could still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? What's your excuse, righto? The fucking leather? Go ahead, take the trash out. Why am I acting like Maha is my bodyguard or something? I can't ban him. Something that proves who knocked over. You have to do it. I have to do it. I'm... Zonzuit, something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. If I show the piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Don't show it. I can't show it? Those. I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside, the conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. We found it together? Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. That means you have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. I lured him into my trap? To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Raito. I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. Dun, 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 dun. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, then when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the crime scene, mind you. You mean those items in your safe, but why? For insurance, of course. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Exactly. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit, I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Frido. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. Do I show it now, or do I not show it? I think show it. Okay. But what do I show? The cloth? On the day you personally cut out this piece of the victim's... Yes, at last you've finally brought it out into the open. The prosecutor request. Oh. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Well. Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. I guess I have... Do I tell the truth then? Emma Sky? They're mine. But why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along and you still tried to pin the murder on me, so it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Hold on, girl, hold on! You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't? Miss Sky, it's not over yet. I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. Is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Cat got your tongue. Aren't you going to tell us how it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Oh my god. There's just one little thing I have to clear up. My GF mad at me, I'm gonna kill myself. Legit. Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? You are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you asked? Wasn't it? You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. Who the real killer is. What could it possibly contradict? The picture of the crime scene? Of the guy impaled? How? Why is that the contradiction? Oh, you're right. This is the picture of Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. Hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. But that piece of cloth... Dry as a bone. There's no blood on it. Oh, is he about to get electrocuted again? There's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Then I eat the sushi with my blood on it. Was impaled when he was shoved up. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have been? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the arm or sword. Oh, then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? The very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Oh my god, oh my god! Oh my, he's gonna start whimpering. Sod gotta be here for all this whimpering. Oh my god. That was close, Raito. You almost had me? Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations. You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Okay. Cannot be used to convict a suspect, remember, Aji? All Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. So then what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Yes. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be illegal evidence. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Last laughs on you, son? I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, he's swaying. Do I say I did? No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence, it's that I couldn't. There are certain procedures involved when pressing... Don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so. I present my law book. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. You see, it's written right here in this book, the second rule of evidence law. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have the approval from the police department. Must be relevant to the case on trial, and here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. Trickery! Just take one look at this picture and... But can you recall when was that picture represented? That was shown only a few moments ago. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who could that be. Who that could be, I mean. God. The killer was you. Oomph. Oh my god, he's calmed down. Oh. Sir? I knew I should have gotten rid of that good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. He wanted to file a lost item. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." To be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, the accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I didn't realize my fatal mistake, the bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. And then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Oh my god. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Skye involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out, so you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments and the glove? Yeah, it looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. Ew! I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same? No, you're not. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I'm nothing like you, bitch. Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too. Damn. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You have Raito and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. I can hear them already, the melodious sounds of a new beginning. Hee hee hee, we're done. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. From the time I had Gant help me forge it up until today. Seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. My, what a high standards you have for a rookie. Damn. I could see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. She's smiling! I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. My beautiful wife. It was nothing, liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. He doesn't like compliments. Seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, you aren't innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. Okay, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. Long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. She's free! Free falling! Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty! Woohoo! Why are you trying not to laugh? Ugh, okay. It's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. Just now after the trial ended? I could see why Mia Fey thought so. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Okay. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Oh. Oh. Guess I am. I'll come back later. Just... What is it? He keeps... making it... Okay. And you call me... I've seen happier people. Again? I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? I thought you'd like to see someone. Oh, she's out? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Oh my god. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you would look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared how you'd react if you knew. But you were only doing it for me. I turned my back on you that day in hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. Damn. You don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. Now you have. Very cute. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. Sirat al-Mustaqim! And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Gumshoe, thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. You should have seen it. Damon Gant was whimpering. I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You and me were the same. You won't believe me? You will. You're just one man. You see what it really takes to bring them now once you try to go it alone. He's nothing like you, bitch! I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Can you become a lawyer, though? Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. Yes, you had me. You're the love of your fucking life! And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Yeah, what is this? A pop quiz? Show him what Lana's talking about? Evidence, huh? What is it? What do I present? I think the evidence list. The picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem. I'll be waiting for you in court. Oh my god, bro. Cut the show. Farewell. Oh my god. Okay. I better be going too. But I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Oh my god, for her. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Bye! Saddled with unnecessary feelings. And so another case came. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, a new journey on my own, a journey to rediscover myself. Edgeworth is the last person you see? Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay? Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Damn. Aha, you see. Well, Mr. Wright, here's the one who'll be footing the bill. But you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Gotta be kidding me. Why? Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Why don't we all go pay it off together? Girl, I'm bored. Let's go pay. Let's go. He objects. And we're done with the first game out of the trilogy. Isn't that great? I'd be pleased to study under it. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Very nice. There's 2 more games. There's way more games, Sod. There's this trilogy. So this is the first game. Then there's the second one. Then there's the third one. Then there's Apollo Wright's trilogy. Then there's Edgeworth's game. Then there's like a Blast to the Past game. What else? Yeah, there's quite a bit of few games left. Honestly, I'm thinking about what to play next. Girl, how much can you make about gay lawyers? There's more characters. Oh my god, I just remembered who's in the next game. Oh my god. We will be playing that, but not so soon. Not so soon. I need a break. But I have to see her, my girl. I forgot that Godot is in the third game, not this one. Sod, you will think she's so Gal Gadot. No, girl. I forgot that Godot was in the third game. I think he's in the third game, and the second game is Miss Girl. Francesca. Sugo Hesoyo. Oh my god, the blue badger. It's dead. Oh my god, I'm so excited to eat food and lie down. My ass hurts. I'm literally about to start lying down right now while this credit's going. Miss Star managed to sneak this. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. What about Overwatch? We could play in a bit. I just need to lie down a bit. I'm dead. The fact that Gant wasn't even evil on purpose is kind of lame. What do you mean? He was evil on purpose. I mean, he did it to get the criminal in the end, to accuse him of the crime, I guess. Like, it wasn't that premeditated, you know? I think I'm gonna end the stream now, but it's fine. I think what happened was, like Emma saw Marshall about to stab, oh, Maya. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Emma saw Marshall about to stab Joe Dark, and she pushed Joe. I mean, she didn't push Joe. She pushed Marshall at the wall, and then he became unconscious. The pot fell and it hit, maybe it hit the Joe Dark or something. I don't know. Joe Dark passed out in the scuffle. So they both passed out, and then Gant picked up Marshall and like put him onto the night thing. And then Gant was like, I could kind of use this. Because I wanted to get... so he did it just to get rid of Joe Dark. How long is huh? Oh my god, this is so cute. Propaganda? Stop. I got a fucking achievement for completing the episode. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, well. Oh my god, I wanna eat so bad. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Wow, this is my first ever like 4-hour stream though, no? Long ass stream, no? I really thought I could fucking finish it fast, but no, this fucking case had hands. It had hands. God, let's just okay, this is too cheerful. Let's end with something chill. No. What the fuck are these songs? Just end it with this one. Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm so tired. Goodbye. Fuck Damon Gant. Fuck 12. And fuck... You know what? Bye.